Commissioner Fajardo is absent, along with Chairperson Rodriguez Ceja.
Thank you. Nico, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we're on item number 3. This is time set aside for public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any items for not on the agenda?
There are none.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close the public comment. We have no minutes today, so we'll go ahead and begin with a public hearing item 5.1. Can we please have a staff report?
I got to remember to do that. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Snyder. I'm the Director of Community Development, and as the Vice Chairperson, Acting Chair indicated, this is a public hearing item. It's for the Indio Gas Station, Urban Plaza. The presentation this evening, I'm going to walk you through the presentation and ultimately present a recommendation to you for your consideration, after which I'm happy to answer any questions. So this is a request for a conditional use permit and a planning review permit. This project is being considered under the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan. This would be for a convenience market and an 8-pump fuel station. The location of this is along Indio Boulevard at the corner of Requa, Flower, and Indio Boulevard, and I'll show that in a minute. The processing for this, because it's under the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan, is the Planning Commission is a recommending body, and the City Council is the final decision maker, and I'll explain that more in a minute as well. The general plan designation is mixed-use neighborhood, and the zoning is mixed-use corridor. Again, that's under the auspices of the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan. So again, to orient the commission, the blue dot on the map is the parcel we're talking about. Indio Boulevard is immediately to the northeast, Flower Street is to the west, and Requa Avenue is to the northwest. So a triangular-shaped parcel that is fronting on basically 3 separate streets. So here are some images starting on the left-hand side. The first 2 images are of the parcel as it stands today. It's a vacant parcel of land. As you can see, as we go down on the left-hand side, across the street, we have an industrial use. And then as we look around to the right, the images on the right, you can see that there's a variety of office, retail, and industrial uses. So this is kind of a mixed use area, if you will, with a variety of different uses, again, in that genre of office, some retail, and some light industrial, including a mini storage facility to the immediate south. So this is an exhibit submitted by the applicant. It shows you the area of intended development. One thing to note is there's a future development area at the southern end of the parcel. That use has not been determined at this time, so any consideration by the Planning Commission today is only for the convenience market and the fuel station. Any potential use of that future development area would have to come back through a separate review and approval process with the Planning Commission and possibly City Council, depending on the use they ultimately settle on for that. So for example, if it was retail, it would come back to the Planning Commission for a planning review process, but if it was, say for example, fast food restaurant, it would come back to you for a planning review with a recommendation to council, who would make the final decision, versus the retail that would be the Planning Commission making the final decision. This is the site plan. As you can see, the convenience market abuts up against Flower Street near the intersection with Requa. It's approximately 2,000 square feet. The fuel canopy is directly east of it. Again, it's an 8-pump fuel island. And the structures are located in close proximity to the public street system, which is a basic tenet of the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan. So in that vein, there are findings in the staff report that do talk about that the buildings themselves, the siting of the buildings, are generally consistent with the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan. Here are the project floor plan and roof plan. These are just examples of what the areas will look like. Again, this is an 8-pump fuel station with a convenience market with a standard floor circulation for a convenience market product offering. The fuel island canopy, as you'll see in some of the renderings, is intended to be an exposed fuel island canopy with somewhat of an architectural flair. These are the project elevations. You're starting to see some of the architectural flair both on the building and the fuel island canopy. And then here are the renderings. So what this shows you is that for the fuel island canopy, they're going with somewhat of a modernist look with exposed openings within the roof structure. The building itself is also has kind of a modernist look to it as well, heavily glazed on the east-facing side, north-facing side, not as glazed on the west-facing and south-facing side, which is one of the conditions that I'll reference in a minute. So again, on the staff analysis side, we looked at this from the context, always starting with the general plan 2040. Again, this is designated as mixed-use neighborhood for the general plan. This type of land use is overall consistent with what that land use designation would allow. However, because it has the fuel station component, and convenience market component, it does require a conditional use permit. Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan refers us to the Unified Development Code for making findings for a conditional use permit. So in the staff report, you'll observe that there is thorough analysis on determining whether or not the project complies with those findings. Generally, it does. However, there are some conditions specified in resolution number 2055 that do speak to additional site and building improvements that would need to be made to make it fully compliant. The environmental review portion of this, it is covered both by section 15332, which is infill projects of the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as section 15183, which is findings of consistency. For the latter, what that basically means is when the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan was adopted by the City Council in September 2022, the Council made a finding of consistency with the General Plan 2040 Environmental Impact Report. So any development that occurs under the auspices of the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan, if it can be found to be compliant either directly or through applications of conditions of approval, there is no need for further environmental review. And then, again, I've referenced several times conditions of approval. Those are highlighted in the resolution number 2055. And those conditions of approval are promoted at various stages of the development process. For example, prior to building permit issuance, prior to on-site construction, prior to certificate of occupancy, so that those conditions become applicable as you step through the development phasing process. So the applicant has the burden to demonstrate compliance with the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan. And this project is a limited land use. As a reminder to the Planning Commission, limited land uses are regulated by section 3.14 of the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan. Basically, what limited land uses are is that we recognize that the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan is a long-term plan. And recognizing that market forces may not be ready for what that plan envisions, which is a very heavily mixed-use, intense urban corridor, both along Highway 11 and along its fringes. So the plan being market realistic allows for limited land uses, but it promotes a higher level of review, which is why, for example, for this project, it's coming to you, you would review it, you would make a recommendation to City Council, whatever that recommendation may be, and ultimately the council will make the final decision. So as a limited land use, there are additional standards that the project has to comply with, and those are also addressed in the resolution and in the staff report. So the project doesn't fully comply as it stands today with the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan, and I'll discuss that in a minute. However, it could be made to comply with the application of conditions of approval. Those conditions of approval are binding, and in several instances, as demonstrated in the resolution, they would need to be addressed before they went to City Council if you chose as a commission to forward a recommendation to City Council this evening or at some point in the future. There are conditions that the applicant would have to address before the project would be presented to City Council. So you have several options this evening. The first is to recommend conditional approval to the City Council. Right now, there are 26 conditions that the applicant would have to address before staff would agendize the project in front of the City Council. Those are specified in the resolution. That's one option. Another option is to recommend denial to the City Council. If you recommend denial, as a reminder, based on your recent training with our city attorney's office, you do have to state the findings for denial on the record. So that would be something that if that is where you decide to go this evening, then our city attorney, myself, and other staff will assist you in determining what those appropriate findings might be. The other alternative is to continue on motion action to a date and time certain and request additional information from the applicant. For example, you could ask the applicant to address all of those conditions that are specified as potentially needing to be addressed before going to City Council. You could have them addressed here before you're willing to make your recommendation. That's where you're right and within your purview as a recommending body to the City Council. Or you could pick some of those conditions that are really important to you and say, we want more information on this before we're ready to recommend to a City Council. If you make that decision, we recommend that you continue it to a date and time certain. That alleviates the need under the laws of the city and the state to do additional public noticing. If you do it to a date and time uncertain, then we would have to renotice the public hearing for that, the continued public hearing. So this evening, staff is recommending, again, with the options I just presented to you, that you approve the resolution. That would include the conditions I just talked about that need to be addressed before the project would be presented to City Council. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for staff at this time?
Go ahead. I don't have a lot, but go ahead.
I don't have any at this time. Are we going to hear from the applicant, or is this just a staff presentation?
So when you open the public hearing, I would recommend that the chair invite the applicant to speak first. They can present their thoughts and ideas to you as well as any considerations for you.
Okay. Do we have any questions of staff at this time? No? Okay. So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and we will invite the applicant to either present or be available for questions.
I'm Puru Amin, and I'm the proposer who wants to develop the gas stations and the convenience stores. There's another place also left over for the future use, which might be a coffee drive-in or anything like that. But we haven't got any tenant for that, so we cannot propose actually for that. But considering the design, which is like a most modern design, would improve the outlook of the road, and so we request you to approve the project.
Any questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Anybody? No? Okay. Do we have anybody from the public that would like to speak on this item? No. Okay, then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Ian, I do have a question, I guess, for staff at this point. Anybody else before I go? Okay. We've had multiple conversations over quite a while now about when we get applications that are not fully completed. And this whole process of us making a recommendation to City Council when there are 26 items that are still pending submittal by the applicant. I mean, I feel a little uncomfortable making a recommendation to the City Council without really having everything in front of me. So, I mean, is there some reason why we don't have everything now?
So normally, with these many outstanding issues, staff would be recommending denial. But you are a recommending body, with council being the final decision-making body. So it's a reasonable alternative for the commission to consider of, in essence, recommending approval with all those conditions stated therein that need to be addressed before it goes to City Council. That gives you, as a commission, the assurance that those conditions will be addressed as identified by staff. That is one option for you. You are not obligated to do that. As you're aware, the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan is a new plan. So as applicants come in, we're working with them to address the presentation of information to the commission to make sure that you have the most information as possible. Unfortunately, in this instance, while they did address a number of compliance issues, there are still outstanding things that they need to address in order to be able to demonstrate compliance to the plan. So this is within your purview as a commission to, again, recommend conditional approval of the council, recommend denial with findings, or recommend a continuance and ask the applicant to come back addressing some or all of those outstanding conditions that have been identified that would need to be addressed before they go to council unless you address them here.
Go ahead.
Do you have any comments, Nico, before I make a motion?
You have comments? Or?
No, go ahead.
You know what, I guess based on these outstanding items, Chair, I would just like to just make a motion to continue until, I guess, a date that's comfortable for the applicant to have these outstanding items completed. I don't know what that date would look like, but that'd be my motion and recommendation.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, do we have a date certain would be our next meeting, or do we need to go out a month?
I would think that reasonably, that the applicant would likely need with this number of conditions, at least a month to address them. So I would recommend that the commission continue this to August 23rd. That is, August 9th is your next date. That may not be enough time for them to turn things around. That will also give staff the time to review and work with them, and then be able to present either updated plans or more information to the commission on August 23rd.
May we ask, can we open up public hearing to ask the applicant if that is enough time for him?
Well, we have to finish the
Oh,
motion.
sorry.
Are you good with the 23rd?
I am good with the 23rd as long as it's okay with the applicant. I don't know if that's enough time for him to have
Right.
his outstanding items completed.
Can we ask, can
So-
staff
so-
ask the applicant maybe?
So what the chair can do, the chair can reopen the public hearing before you take action
Okay.
for purposes of hearing from the applicant only whether August 23rd, 2023 will work for them in terms of providing additional information as requested by the commission. So I would let the applicant come up and speak to that.
Okay,
But
let's
you
go
would need to
ahead.
formally reopen the public hearing
Let's
on.
go ahead and reopen just to get this information from the applicant. Thank you.
So I guess the question is, sir, is the 23rd enough time for you and to have these outstanding items completed, or do you need additional time?
No, 4 weeks is sufficient.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll continue with the motion. So your motion is good for the 23rd, and you were second? Okay, can we get a roll call?
Chair, just for the purposes of the record, can the chair restate that the motion is to continue to a date and time certain of August 23, beginning at 6 p.m. at City Council Chambers, 150 Civic Center Mall?
We agree with that exact statement.
Thank you.
too. Okay, now can we have a roll call, please? Oh, it's on the screen. Oh, okay. Too much technology.
Motion carries.
Okay, we'll go ahead now and move on to item 5.2, resolution of the Planning Commission regarding this Desert Retreat specific plan. Do we have a presentation by staff?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kendra Reef, Principal Planner. Tonight I'll be presenting the Desert Retreat by Pulte Homes project. The project applicant will be seeking a recommendation of approval to the City Council for their specific plan, tentative track map, final environmental impact report, and they are also requesting a continuance to a date and time uncertain for the planning review portion of the project. On May 27, 2022, applicant David Dwegley submitted an application for a specific plan and tentative track map with associated environmental documentation on behalf of Pulte Home Company LLC, proposing the development of 1,500 active adult residential units. The Desert Retreat project would be developed on approximately 378 acres of land located along Avenue 38, Avenue 39, Avenue 40, Jefferson Street, and Madison Street. The project will also include substantial open space, including perimeter buffers, landscape parkways, linear paseos, and a community clubhouse with outdoor recreation amenities. Vehicular access to the project site is proposed from gated entries on 40th Avenue, Madison Street, and 38th Avenue. Entries will have particularized landscaping, signage, and pedestrian walkway connections. The specific plan proposes the development of a residential community on approximately 378 acres. It would allow for the construction of up to 1,500 single-family homes at an average density of 4.1 dwelling units per acre. The project would include a community clubhouse in the center of the project to include outdoor resident amenities such as pickleball courts, tennis courts, and water features. The 1,500 single-family homes would be constructed on approximately 351.6 acres, while the clubhouse and recreation amenities will be constructed on approximately 26.1 acres. The specific plan is proposed to be built in 5 phases with construction occurring in a counterclockwise direction. The 5 phases are noted in this map as well. Access to the property will be taken from 3 newly proposed drives from Avenue 40, Madison Street, and Avenue 38. The first access point and primary residential entry will be a gated entry located off of Avenue 40. The project will include installation of a stoplight at the proposed primary entryway, aligning with the existing driveway into the Sun City Shadow Hills Golf Course and Restaurant. The second access point and secondary residential entry to the proposed community will be located on the intersection of Avenue 40 and Madison Street. The project will also include placing a stoplight that will align with North Sun City Boulevard. The third access point to the proposed development is located off of Avenue 38. The entryway is proposed to be built directly across from Talavera Boulevard. The proposed access point is proposed to have a stop sign that will allow for both left and right turns out of the community. Surface drainage will be split between the northern and southern halves of the property, with water flowing north in the northern portion of the property and south in the southern portion via project roadways and managed using retention facilities within the open space paseos. The stormwater system drainage framework will be adapted and detailed by implementing the tentative track map. The proposed project will be completing off-site street improvements that include but are not limited to roadway improvements off of the southern half of Avenue 38 along the property frontage, street improvements between Avenue 39 and Sun City Boulevard, and the northern half of Avenue 40 along the property frontage, and the western half of Madison Street along the property frontage. The project will also be maintaining all of the frontage landscaping along Avenue 38, Avenue 40, Jefferson Street, and Madison Street. Architectural styles designed for this community will utilize materials that are long-lasting, such as metal, wood, and brick. The color palette consists mainly of neutral earth tones, such as tan, white, and light brown, that are consistent with neighboring communities. The proposed design includes residential and people-centric spaces at pedestrian scale. A variety of roof types and colors are permitted under the specific plan. Roofs shall reflect the selected product type, architectural concept, and respond to the style, materials, and scale of the building. Roof overhangs are encouraged to provide additional pedestrian shading near the homes and within the community. Roof pitches are permitted, as well as flat roofs and parapets within the Desert Retreat community. Roofing materials will include concrete S-tile and concrete slate tile. Desert Retreat homes will be primarily single-story and encourage indoor-outdoor living consistent with the existing design of residential homes within neighboring communities to the north, south, east, and west. The landscape architectural design for this project reflects a desertscape theme with supplemental ornamental accent landscaping. The allowable plant mix consists of drought-resistant plants. The specific plan outlines community landscape policies that provide a commitment to water conservation. The specific plan will meet this policy by utilizing the proper layout of water-efficient plant materials and state-of-the-art irrigation systems. It is the intent of these guidelines to provide flexibility and diversity in plant material selection while maintaining a limited palette to give greater unity and thematic identity to the community. The landscape materials listed in the community plant palette have been selected for their appropriateness to the project theme, climatic conditions, soil conditions, and concern for maintenance. The selection of plant material will include ground cover, shrubs, functional turf palm trees, and evergreen trees. Flowering vines may also be used throughout the project. The proposed community plant palette is consistent with the City of Indio's drought-tolerant landscaping plans and with the neighboring community landscape plans. The city sent out a notice of preparation of a draft environmental impact report, EIR, to the Office of Planning and Research, responsible agencies, and other interested parties, and published the notice of preparation in the Desert Sun, a newspaper of general circulation, on July 18, 2022. A 30-day public review period for the notice of preparation for the draft EIR was issued commencing on July 18th, 2022, and ending on August 16th, 2022. All comments received were considered and evaluated in the analysis contained in the draft EIR. The draft EIR for the project has been prepared by the City of Indio in its capacity as lead agency in conformance with the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. The draft EIR assessed potentially significant impacts that could result from the project and tiers off of the General Plan 2040 EIR, which analyzes the project site and its assessments of all resources. The General Plan 2040 EIR is and was available during the comment process online at the city website. The draft EIR considered the impacts of the specific plan at full allowable build-out of 1,500 units and of the proposed recreational amenities and community clubhouse. The draft EIR presents the environmental impact analysis for all CEQA resource topic areas and identifies mitigations to reduce potentially significant impacts to a less than significant level where necessary. On February 28, 2022, the city initiated the 45-day public review period of the draft EIR by filing a notice of availability with the State Office of Planning and Research, publishing the notice in the Desert Sun, a newspaper of general circulation, and releasing the draft EIR for public review and comment online at the city's website. And pursuant to state CEQA guidelines, section 15086, the city consulted with and requested comments from all responsible and commenting agencies and interested parties during the 45-day comment period, which ran from February 28, 2023 to April 14, 2023. Following the end of the public review period, the city prepared written responses to all comments received on the draft EIR per CEQA guidelines. The draft EIR, all appendices thereto, the comments and responses to comment on the draft EIR, clarifications, revisions, and corrections to the draft EIR, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and all appendices thereto represent the final EIR for the project. Tentative Track Map 38470 is in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act. The proposed map is consistent with applicable general and specific plans in that the project is proposing to develop 1,500 active adult communities, a community clubhouse, a community landscape plan, and recreational amenities, and is consistent with the General Plan 2040 and the Desert Retreat Specific Plan. The specific plan is in compliance with the City of Indio General Plan and Indio Municipal Code Section 6.05.03. The TTM is in compliance with the Subdivision Map Act, and the final EIR is in compliance with Section 15089 and Section 15132 of CEQA. The consulting city traffic engineer, Mr. Mark Greenwood, is going to continue staff presentations at this time. Once he's done with his presentation, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. He's participating virtually, so he'll be on Zoom.
There we go. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mark Greenwood. I am the city's consultant transportation engineer, and I wanted to address some of the comments regarding the procedure for how the traffic study was produced. Typical to projects throughout suburban cities throughout California, the developer typically hires a consultant to prepare the traffic study, and the city staff or their consultant reviews the traffic study to make sure that it complies with the industry standards and that the proper procedures were used. And that's exactly what happened in this case. Excuse me. I'll note that this project has so far gone through the exact same process that the existing homes surrounding this proposed project went through. And so hopefully that demonstrates that this is the typical process that and the project does comply with or at least the procedure used to produce a traffic study complies with the industry standards, and I believe the results are valid. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions of the traffic engineer? No? I guess I just have a quick one. I know for those of us that are not traffic engineers, when you say, typical process and industry standards, I'm assuming this took into account, estimating the number of cars, the trips, the time period when the school is coming in and out, and all of those details are gone through in every single one of the projects that are built within the city, and especially all of the other Sun City projects in the area, correct?
That is correct. The school was a particular focus in this case. The traffic counts that were taken accounted for school hours. And the applicant and his consultant will be able to address the specific details of exactly when those counts were taken if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mark? No? Okay, thank you. You might want to hang out. We may have questions for you in a minute. Thanks.
If you would like to open the public comment period, the applicant can begin their presentation.
Okay, before we do that, any more questions of Kendra or staff? No? Okay, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing, and before we start, I would like to read a statement into the record. The Planning Commission understands and respects the importance of hearing each person's voice. We also consider the productivity and efficiency of these meetings. To this end, the Planning Commissions have received and reviewed written comments submitted prior to the hearing, and those items were included in the record for the hearing as well. Public hearings are a critical part of the democratic process, providing an important opportunity for community members to voice their views, concerns, and ideas about proposed developments and planning documents. However, our meetings must balance the need for public engagement with the importance of efficient decision-making. When attendants reiterate points that others have already done, they may prolong the meeting for all involved without adding new information to aid in the decision-making process. This practice can have the opposite effect of their intent, diluting the value of each contribution, and in some cases can lead to essential topics not being thoroughly addressed due to the time constraints. As acting chair of the Planning Commission, I urge each person to refrain from duplicating previous testimonies and instead to use their allocated time to share unique insights or different perspectives on the subject matter at hand. We value your time and contributions, and in the spirit of respect for all attendees, we request your cooperation. Each individual may provide 3 minutes of testimony max and shall be reviewed after in the timeline laid out, with a total time limit of 60 minutes for all public comments for each individual public hearing item on the agenda, unless otherwise modified by the chair or vice chair. Speaking time may not be modified, granted to, and/or loaned by any individual for the purpose of increasing another individual's speaking time. Please keep public comments brief, topical, non-repetitive, and professional nature. The Planning Commission will strictly enforce these rules in order to allow full expression of ideas and opinions by the Commissioner, staff, and the public. The city's rules of decorum prohibit comments or actions which willfully disrupt the meeting. All remarks and questions shall be addressed to the Commission as a whole, not to any particular member. No individual commissioner or member of the city staff shall be questioned without first obtaining permission from the presiding chair. Public comment for this item will be accepted after the presentations of staff and the applicant. So we can please have the applicant have their presentation now. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Dwegley. I am the manager of land for Pulte Homes. I also have our team of consultants here with us. Let's see. We are proposing a new Del Webb active adult community. The project name is Del Webb Desert Retreat. Our goals are to design a high-quality Del Webb master plan active adult community, plan a community that is compatible and connected with the surrounding residential communities and recreational amenities, help the city's need for additional housing, contribute to the city's economy by providing local businesses with a supportive population. We are proposing up to 1,500 detached single-family homes on approximately 377 acres. The density is 4 units per acre, and the lot sizes are 45 feet wide by 105 feet, 52 feet wide by 105 feet, and 64 feet wide by 105 feet. There will be 5 development takedown phases with approximately 250 to 350 homes per phase. So our circulation plan, the perimeter streets are 38th to the north, Jefferson to the west, 40th to the south, and Madison to the east. We are proposing 3 entrances. The main entrance will be a signalized entry off of 40th, a signalized entry off of Madison, and a 4-way stop on 38th. This is the pedestrian circulation plan. The green dash represents the open space Paseo trail routes. The yellow represents the sidewalks along the streets. The blue is our centralized amenity center. The green circles represent pedestrian access to the perimeter street sidewalks, and the purple represents the perimeter street sidewalks. There's approximately 73 acres of open space within the project. This is a photo representation of the open space trail system. This is over at Del Webb Rancho Mirage. This is a conceptual elevation of the clubhouse. The clubhouse isn't being addressed at this time, but I just want to show some future pictures of our clubhouse. This is the rear elevation. Our amenities will consist of extensive walking and biking paths, resort-style recreation center, tennis and pickleball courts, fitness facilities, community pool, lap pool, and interior spaces for meetings, classes, and social events. So a photo of our activities. Again, this is over at Rancho Mirage. This is an example of our entry at Rancho Mirage that is duplicate of what we're doing over at Desert Retreat. I'd like to go over the architecture. We are proposing a total of 10 floor plans to choose from with 3 elevation styles: modern Spanish, desert prairie, and desert contemporary. There are a total of 6 color and material combinations for each elevation. We have 3 series that make up the 10 floor plans. This is the 3500 series. There are 3 floor plans in this series that range from 1,400 to 1,800 square feet. The minimum lot size is 45 by 105. This is an example of the Plan 1 with a modern Spanish elevation for the 3500 series, showing the front, rear, side elevations along with the floor plan. This is the 4200 series. There are 4 floor plans in this series that range from 1,700 to 2,200 square feet. The minimum lot size for this series is 52 by 105. This is an example of the Plan 1 with a desert prairie elevation for the 4200 series, showing the front, rear, side elevations and the floor plan. This is the 5400 series. There are 3 floor plans in this series that range from 23 to 2,700 square feet. The minimum lot size is 64 by 105. This is an example of the Plan 1 with a desert contemporary elevation for the 5400 series, showing the front, rear, side, and floor plan. These are the 6 color and material combinations for our modern Spanish elevation. The first row is the roof material, which is a concrete tile. Second row is the stucco body color. The third row is the stucco accent color. Fourth row is the fascia, eaves, deco gable, pipes, and the garage door color. The fifth row is the entry door color. Any questions so far on the architecture? And then these are the 6 color and material combinations for our desert prairie elevation. The only thing we're adding here is the veneer finish on this elevation. And then these are the 6 color and material combinations for the desert contemporary elevation. Any questions? Okay. Okay. All right, I'd like to turn this part of the presentation over to Jim Vaughn. He's our land council consultant.
Honorable Chair and members of the Commission, good evening. Again, my name is Jim Vaughn, and I am the Land Use Counsel for the applicant. Wanted to quickly go community outreach effort that occurred for this project because it's been extensive. About a year ago, we had our first, well, before this, probably 15 or 16 months ago, we actually came here and had a public meeting consultation with this Planning Commission. In July, a year ago, we had the EIR scoping meeting at Shadow Hills High School, which was open to the public, and some residents did attend. In September of last year, we met with the Sun City Shadow Hills Board, who raised a number of issues, and that was well before the EIR was even prepared. So that meeting helped, as did the scoping meeting, kind of guide the topics covered in the EIR and let us know what the likely concerns were of the residents. And then in March of this year, we made a town hall presentation at Sun City Shadow Hills. That's a photo of the event. Over 400 residents attended, a tremendous amount of community input, and it was very helpful. This occurred during the public review period for the EIR. And I'll get to in a minute a few of the issues that were raised and addressed. And then after another consultation with the Planning Commission in early May, we had a final town hall at the high school to make sure that we were hearing from all the residents in the area, not just residents of Sun City Shadow Hills, although again, there was a great turnout for that meeting as well. Print's a little hard to read, but I'll just go through quickly some of the primary issues. The biggest issue that was raised, and this was raised right up front when we met with the HOA board last September, most of the residents, not all, but most did not like the roundabout concept. And so based on that input and in working with the city's outside traffic engineer, that concept was abandoned, and the currently proposed traditional intersection is what is now proposed. Both were fully studied in the EIR, and the traffic experts concluded that the proposed location and the proposed traffic signal configuration is the safest location for both vehicular traffic, pedestrians, and golf carts. And as you heard earlier, the city's outside traffic consultant concurs with that conclusion. The issues were raised about the possibility for stacking on Avenue 40 at the main entrance, particularly with respect to guests and service vehicles that may not have access with the transponder. And at the time, I thought it was at least 200 feet. Well, it turns out it's over 500 feet. The gatehouse is over 500 feet from Avenue 40. There are a total of 3 lanes with stacking for more than 90 vehicles in total. So stacking at the main entrance is not going to be an issue. Questions were raised about perimeter improvements, and the project is conditioned to widen all of the perimeter roadways to their general plan full build-out widths. We were not able to widen beyond the project frontage. Particularly, we looked at the possibility of Avenue 40 as well as Jefferson. I think the city already has plans and is working on plans for a widening of Jefferson, both from north of our project frontage to the south. And on 40th, unfortunately, the city doesn't have, and we don't have the ability to get the necessary right-of-way at this time. So we're doing what we can do, and on our frontage, it will be improved to a full general plan build-out. Can barely make it out, but a concern was raised about construction dust and construction noise. Both of those were thoroughly examined in the EIR. With respect to noise, the noise study specifically analyzed construction noise under a worst-case scenario that assumed all of the equipment is operating at the same time in the same location, and found that there would be no significant impacts on any of the surrounding locations. Several of the closest locations of residents and other sensitive receptors were studied. With respect to dust control, that obviously is an issue with every project in the desert. But this project, like all of them, is subject to extremely stringent city requirements, as well as SCA QMD, the Air Quality Board, restrictions, who in fact have additional restrictions that apply in the Coachella Valley. So this project will be subject to and comply with all of those. And as you know, Pulte Del Webb is a very experienced builder in the desert and does a very good job of addressing those issues. We identified in the EIR 2 potential locations for an IID substation. IID notified us very early on in the project that to go forward we would, and have electrical service, we would need a new substation. I think you probably heard that from a lot of projects in the city and elsewhere. We have found 2 possible locations. One is immediately adjacent to our site, set back off of Avenue 40. We have tied that site up so that we can construct a substation there, and that's the preferred location we have proposed to IID. As an IID requirement, you have to identify 2 sites. So the other is actually right on Avenue 40 on the other side of Burr Street, so west of our project entrance and west of our project on 40th. And so again, we are pursuing and seeking approval from IID for the location set off of Avenue 40, which would help avoid any visual impacts, for example, for cars traveling on Avenue 40. And obviously, we're putting it immediately adjacent to our project and our residents, so we will be sensitive to the aesthetics. A big issue that came up was the sewer line expansion, because the initial proposal for sewer, when it came back from CVWD with their analysis, was that there would be a significant amount of upsizing required within the existing lines in Sun City Shadow Hills south of this proposed project. I'll get to it. In fact, I've got a slide that, since we're talking about it, I'm going to go to it. This slide shows, if you see the red dashed lines going through Sun City Shadow Hills, most, if not all, of those lines were identified by CVWD as needing upsizing if the sewage was going to flow to the south to that lift station that's located at the bottom of the page. So after months and months of working with them, we've settled on a solution. The applicant and CVWD have reached agreement, and the district is drafting up now the agreement to document that. But what's going to happen is about 280 units, or EDUs, is what the district calls them, because it also includes part of the rec center and so forth. So 280, which is what's shown in the red, will gravity flow and connect to the existing CVWD system and will require no upgrades or modifications to any of those existing facilities. So no disruption to Sun City Shadow Hills. The rest of the project will flow down to, it's hard to make out, but the very bottom of the blue line, there's a lift station. It'll be a privately owned and operated system, and that lift station will, and a force main will take the flow up to Avenue 38, which is uphill, and then that will then gravity flow into that wastewater treatment plant that's located right there. So this solution, again, avoids any impacts to Sun City Shadow Hills. Let me go back to the concerns. And the last concern that was raised at that time was whether or not the residents of this project would have access to the private facilities, the rec center, and also the private clubs within Sun City Shadow Hills. And we assured the residents that that's not the case. They are not allowed. At this time, the golf course and the restaurant that are across 40th from this project are open to the public, but that's at the discretion of the Shadow Hills HOA board. So if they choose to make those purely private, that will be the case. So our residents are no different than the general public when it comes to those public facilities or currently publicly open facilities. The biggest issue, and we continue to hear about, even though we got rid of the roundabout, is concerns over the location. And so we looked at this very, very closely. Fair and Peers, the outside traffic consultant hired by Meridian Consultants, who prepared the environmental impact report, specifically looked at this after the draft EIR comments came in to see if there is any other location that is better for the main entrance, whether that's on Avenue 40 further to the west. There's a little bit more project frontage, not a lot, but there's probably another few hundred feet. Or on Madison, or on Avenue 38, or even Jefferson. All of those locations were rejected as being both either less safe or, in many cases like Jefferson Street and Avenue 38, much more problematic from a traffic standpoint, because what they do is they direct more trips on Jefferson Street, which is in the high school, which is the area that's currently not functioning well and is projected to be level of service F, even without the project, by 2030. So we're trying to make sure we don't exacerbate that challenge. This is a blow-up of the proposed intersection. So you'll see what will be constructed. Right now, it's one lane each direction, and then there's an unprotected center lane that is striped that people can turn left into the Shadow Hills Golf Club parking lot, or can pull out and stay in that center area, trying to avoid any of the through traffic on Avenue 40. So we're going to expand that to 2 through lanes each direction, plus a dedicated left turn lane, both into the proposed project if you're going eastbound, and into the Shadow Hills Golf Club if you're going westbound. And then the folks coming out of Shadow Hills Golf Club parking lot will have a dedicated signal phase to make crossing Avenue 40 much safer than it currently is. And as you can imagine, as the city builds out, again, with or without this project, more traffic is going to congest Avenue 40, and getting in and out of that clubhouse without a signal is going to get harder and harder and less safe. So the traffic experts concluded this is not only the best location, but it actually improves the current circumstances for folks coming into and out of the Shadow Hills Golf Club. The yellow line there shows the pedestrian and golf cart and bicycle crossing. So all of this makes for a much safer approach. And we have the representative from Fair and Peers here. If you want to dive even deeper into the traffic issues, he can speak to the traffic study, the additional analysis that was conducted to take into account the proximity of the school, different hours, different days, and all of that. I mentioned the vehicle stacking, but this kind of shows it. That's the 90-plus vehicles all stacked up there. We looked at the sewer. Another issue that's come up more recently is a question as to whether or not this project is going to create any flooding problems for Sun City Shadow Hills. And the answer is no, it's not. In fact, it will make current flood conditions or stormwater conditions better. This project, as all projects in the city are required to do, has to retain on-site 100% of the flows from a 100-year storm EIR, but it's the hydrology plan. You can't make out the numbers, but there's over 50 acre-feet of storage being added, retention being added to this site. And on top of, and each of these retention basins has another full foot of freeboard on top of that. So when you take into account that the 52 acre-feet of storage stores 100% of the flows from the storm event, the 100-year storm event, now you've got a whole nother foot on top of that for each basin. That's another approximately 30% of excess on-site storage. Now compare that to existing circumstances. There is a retention basin located directly south of this project in the Sun City Shadow Hills community. It's actually just to the west of the restaurant and parking lot for the golf course. That was designed to retain storm flows coming off of this site at the 100-year event, and that was designed years ago. Since that time, CVWD has finished the levee system to the north, which adds a lot of protection to this site. So the flows on this site that come into the site are way down at this point, and they're completing the regional flood control facility to the west. So between those two, there's even further assurances that there's not going to be storm flows going into that retention basin on the Shadow Hills side of the Avenue 40, even though it's designed for that. quickly, the anticipated timeline, and you may have seen this slide before in our consultation. We're now in the middle with the final EIR and public hearings. We're still hoping to break ground towards the end of 2023 with the grand opening about a year later. And as we've told the Sun City Shadow Hills community, we are committed. I talked to their attorney this morning. We are committed. I said we'll meet with the board anytime. We'll meet with the residents again and do another town hall anytime, maybe prior to groundbreaking if they like. But we really do want to have transparency and open communication through this process. You know, we consider the Shadow Hills residents to be family to Pulte Del Webb, and we want to be a good neighbor. And so we've worked extremely hard, as you can tell, over the last 12 months, trying to make sure we understood the concerns that they have and that we addressed them fully. And I think you heard from the city staff report and the outside traffic consultants, all of the issues that have been raised, whether it's traffic, stormwater, the sewer system, they have all been thoroughly analyzed and addressed to the city's satisfaction. And with that, we don't see any justification for further studies or additional delay. We really hope that tonight you will see fit to recommend this project for approval. I'm available for any questions, and again, we have the entire team of consultants here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Vaughn or for the other gentleman that was here?
I have a quick question, in just regards to the crossing from Sun City Shadow Hills going north. Are there extra measures beyond there being a red light, flashing yellow lights or anything for when golf carts or pedestrians are crossing?
We're certainly open to looking into those sorts of designs. When we were considering the roundabout, some energy was spent trying to figure out how best to make sure that folks would get across the street, you know, outside of that roundabout. So I think some of those same measures, whether it's raised pavement or the flashing lights. I mean, here you're going to have a red light, so you can't cross without that. But I think in addition to that, maybe some raised textured crosswalks like you see might be a very good idea.
Yeah, I think just anything to bring more attention to that, since currently there's not a stoplight, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
So I have one question. I know that we keep going round and round, and traffic is always a concern, right? Not only safety, but how many cars, how much it slows down. So when you look at the stacking, you're showing 90 cars. So just to give people a comparison, the entrance of the Sun City Phase 1, because we're all very familiar with that entrance, what is the stacking there? Any idea?
I think it's comparable. The distance between the road and the guardhouse, I believe, is a little bit longer, but I think there's only 2 lanes there for at least most of that distance. Here, we're going to have that sweeping right turn in, so you'll have that's a lane plus 2 lanes coming in from the signal.
Okay. All right. And the agreement with CVWD for the sewer lines, that is done. You guys have an agreement. There is no way that this is in any way going to be impact the development.
There is no way. And in fact, even at the time of the final EIR a couple of months ago, we had reached agreement with the district on the fact that we could avoid upsizing Sun City Shadow Hills. They were looking at, and we were looking at whether there's a way to go down 40th, you know, kind of, well, up. It'd be up 40th to Jefferson, and it becomes technically too difficult. And so that's when the developer agreed, okay, we'll take on the obligation for the on-site system to make this work and avoid. It doesn't benefit our project to tear up streets, and it's just also be very time-consuming and expensive and disruptive to the residents. And so that, I can tell you 100% that's not going to happen.
Okay. All right. If there's no more questions from the commission, we will start with the public comment, and we'll probably have you back up.
Thank you. I would like to reserve the right to come back and answer any questions that
Absolutely.
may be raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we do have some requests to speak. Scott Peison? Probably. I knew I was going to say it wrong. Sorry about that.
You were close.
You would please come up, state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Scott Pesson, Vice President of the Sun City Shadow Hills Board of Directors. And per your request, I'll give you the short version. Sun City Shadow Hills is an active 55-plus community with 3,450 homes directly south and east of the proposed Desert Retreat Community Project. Sun City Shadow Hills Board of Directors has in place our City Development Coordinating Committee. They're there to inform the board and the HOA of developments in progress or proposed future developments that could likely have an impact on our community. You'll be hearing from them, some of those members immediately following me, hopefully. The Sun City Shadow Hills Board asks that the Planning Commission strongly take into account our concerns regards to traffic, transportation, and wastewater and sanitation. Pulte's proposed handling of the stormwater in the EIR presented and find that their study is unpersuasive and lacking sufficient detail to support a recommendation to approve and refer to the City Council for adoption at this time. It's not the intention of Sun City Shadow Hills Board to oppose the Desert Retreat development, but we have retained legal counsel to assure our concerns are being addressed. The protection of our rights and maintaining the property values and quality of life for our homeowners is our biggest concern. With all due respect to your city traffic consultant who reviewed Pulte's, he made the statement of this was typical, and it was typical of the development of your community as well. Well, when our community was developed, it was a vacant dirt lot, just as the one north of us is, but then there are now 6,000 residents and quite a bit more traffic. So we just hope you'll hear our concerns, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. If I could have Christopher Stevens, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. Christopher Stevens, I'm a resident of Sun City Shadow Hills, and have been looking at two of the concerns that we have, and I was pleasantly not surprised, but pleasant to hear the fact that some of the things that still existed in the final EIR had actually been changed, specifically in relation to the sewerage handling and the engineering solution that they talked about is a much more acceptable solution than the ones that were described, even in the final EIR. So that was good to hear. I'll back up a second for stormwater, and what I am concerned about really is it's the stormwater management in the North Indio area has become a major concern to our residents in our community because of the North Indio stormwater channel that is going into our community that will bring very large quantities of water if we have significant storms. So we are concerned about whether what the effect of that will be, or any other development in the North Indio area that will add more water into the North Channel. So that's my concern. So the master drainage plan, which was done in 2019, was by Webb Engineering, observed that at that time in 2019 that the calculation of a 10% margin over the NOAA data numbers for rainfall was not sufficient to cover what was happening in the desert. And so they were recommending 20%. And what I've been trying to find out is whether that was used to make the calculations for the numbers that was quoted by the representative from Pulte about what can be stored on his property. But again, it's the concern about the additional water that can flow onto our property. I'm glad to hear that there's additional capacity over and above the 100-year storm. So that appears to take that issue off the table. The other thing is that there is another plan development cited in the master drainage plan update of the North Jefferson area And that will also create additional water into our North Channel. So our concerns there are related to the amount of water coming into our community, and we are suffering because of the design of the access roads, both into and within our property. We're deficient, and we have no way to, or we have no specific way to address all of the likely damage that we're going to be seeing if we get a major flow in.
Thank you, sir. Your time
yeah,
has expired.
That's
or-
okay. I'm good now.
You're good? Thank you.
So,
Now if we can have Deborah Geminer.
Geminer, I know.
did you want to use this?
No.
Okay.
Is that okay? These are also in the material we gave. Thank you for allowing us an opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Deborah Geminer, and I'm a full-time resident of Sun City Shadow Hills here in Indio. I'm also the chair of the Sun City Shadow Hills City Development Coordinating Committee. I don't know who came up with that, but I'm on the CDCC. I'm here to address our community's concerns about traffic generated by Desert Retreat. As the final EIR states, the primary safety consideration at the intersection of Sun City Shadow Hills parking lot, which is around the golf course and the restaurant, and the entrance into Desert Retreat, is the number of what they describe as conflict points, as defined by the staff in the EIR staff report. According to the EIR, the standard intersection proposed at the main entrance on Avenue 40 would minimize hazards at this location. We disagree. We agree with Pulte that that's a difficult intersection, but we think that what they are proposing and the impact report itself fails to take into consideration a myriad of circumstances that are not necessarily conspicuous to somebody driving by, but are very evident to people that use that parking lot. We believe that EIR fails to address all of the conflict points easily identified along Avenue 40 at the proposed intersection and at Madison and Avenue 40 intersection, two locations within, I think in the EIR, they state about 650 feet apart. First of all, the EIR points out that the Desert Retreat side of the entrance to the community can queue up to 40 cars. We've just heard 90. That's at the entrance to Desert Retreat, and it reduces the burden on Avenue 40. It makes no sense to us that the EIR makes no mention whatsoever of how many cars can queue up into the Sun City Shadow Hills parking lot. We have a photo of the driveway. This is actually the entire area that we're talking about. And if I may turn my back to you for a moment, this is the fire station. This is the aqueduct. So there's two entrances to the fire station. There is a cross street here. There are two entrances to the aqueduct. There is an entrance to a maintenance yard, Sun City maintenance yard here. There is an entrance to a 22-vehicle parking lot and a very large maintenance, thank you, very large maintenance, to a very large maintenance yard here where all kinds of vehicles are stored, as well as materials that are used for the South Golf Course, as well as the North Golf Course. My husband said don't call them gators, but I don't know what else to call them. They're little four-wheel drive vehicles. They come out of this parking lot all the time, and they are all stored in here, and this is a maintenance staff parking lot. This is the parking lot that I estimated about 125 cars can park in. This is the cart barn. This is the practice range. The first hole is over here. The pro shop is here. The restaurant is here. And there's another patio restaurant here. This is the intersection that Pulte is talking about signaling and then entering into their property. To the west of this is the culvert that was referenced, that is a catch basin that is filled with overflow through a curb cut drain. That then goes from there down into these ponds down here that are the signature hole for us, our 18th hole. Here is a gate onto Camino San Gregorio. People enter and exit this parking lot from that location, and they go from there either into the parking lot or onto 40th.
Okay.
We estimate about 1,000 people come and go during a typical day in February at that location.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Is there a little bit more we can?
Can I take another minute?
You can take another minute.
I'll go quick.
Okay.
The other problems, and I'm going to use visuals because it's the only way I can do it.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
We need you to speak
Yes,
into the mic.
I'm sorry. This is our parking lot, okay? No, I'm going to just flip it. This is the San Gorgonio gate that people go through in order to get into the community or into the parking lot and onto 40th. This is an electrical box. The report says this doesn't become a problem because we put a light there. It doesn't go away, it's still there, and if you're trying to make a right out of this parking lot, even with a signal, you still can't see what's going on coming at you. It's a very dangerous intersection. This is the maintenance yard. It's not mentioned anywhere in the EIR. And this is what every golfer knows is a point from hell. It's a point where you have to get on the sidewalk, then you have to get on the street. The sidewalk is really narrow and it's got lighting poles on it. You get down on the street, but then as you can see, the traffic crosses into that lane. This is a real catch point, and most golfers, and I used to be one, drive their golf carts at risk of life in that particular intersection. Then you've got the two fire station entrances and exits at Madison that compound the conflict points along here. So our request is that you, certainly we've not had an opportunity to look at the consultant's report. It was not, to my knowledge, attached to any of the documents, and it is not referenced by name or author, so it was really hard for us to get more information. We thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Farah Maston.
Hi, my name is Farah Mastow. I'm also a member of the CDCC, whatever it is, and a resident of Sun City, Shadow Hills. We want you to understand we're not trying to stop this project. In fact, to the contrary, we think it's a great idea. It's a wonderful neighbor to have another active adult community right next door to us, and we're very pleased with that. We're just asking that when they put in the sewers that they confirm that they don't go through our property and tear up our golf course. And we're very pleased to hear that it sounds like they've already made that decision. We're concerned that wastewater not flow over and flood our streets and cause damage and create all kinds of problems. There have been all kinds of talk about climate change and more rain and El Nino. We're really concerned about the amount of water that could come through. A good storm floods us now. So adding additional water from another community could really be a problem for us. And we want to be sure that they've made arrangements and made a consideration of where that water is going to go. And more importantly is that entrance. That entrance is really going to be a problem. They're talking about, oh, it's not a big deal. It is a major deal. We want to be sure that that entrance doesn't keep our residents from going in and out. We want to make sure, more importantly, that all of that stacking does not keep emergency vehicles from getting in and out of either property. These are over 55 communities, and I got to tell you, the emergency vehicles are going in and out of our property all the time. You know, we have the fire station and the paramedics right there, and in fact, in my home, we had an accident, and the paramedics were there in like 30 seconds. They were great, but we want to be sure that they can't get tied up and can't get through. That's really crucial to us. So we're asking that the Planning Commission just consider our concerns. And as I say, we don't want to keep the project from happening. What we want it to do is to be planned in a considerate way that doesn't impact on our property as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Barbara Praylock. That seems to be my thing tonight, close.
You're close. I've been called worse. I'm Barbara Preslock. I'm secretary of the Sun City Shadow Hills Board. I just want to address a little more about the traffic and the firehouse. Unfortunately, I've had to use that facility quite a bit with my husband recently, and I have two concerns. How is that little firehouse going to service 1,500 more homes? And I would also like to know, when a firehouse has a call, or the EMTs have a call, that takes control over those now proposed second traffic light. All systems will stop with those traffic lights to let those vehicles out, as well they should. I don't believe that was ever addressed in any traffic study. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more. Terry Kuhn, please.
You got it right.
Oh, finally. Took me all night.
Only 4 letters. How could you go wrong? Hi, Terry Kuhn. I'm a resident at Shadow Hills and was recently elected to the board of directors and still enjoy my job since April, so that's a good thing. I'm here to just put in a good word and ask you to please, please, please consider all of our concerns of the many, many, many residents that live in 3,450 homes in our community. We really are concerned. I know you got over 1,300 emails recently from our residents. Please read what they wrote, consider our concerns, and consider our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? No? If not, I'd like to invite the applicant to come up and maybe address some of these concerns.
One second, we do
Oh,
have
online.
a public comment
Yes.
online, and that is Bruce Bauer. You are allowed to speak.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of the Planning Commission, Ms. Marif and other city staff. Our office, I'm an attorney who's representing the Sun City Shadow Hills Community Association. As some of the speakers have outlined, there's 3 concerns that we have, main concerns regarding the project: traffic and circulation, stormwater intrusion, and potential sewage tie-in issues. Because of the time constraints tonight, I'm going to only be speaking on the traffic and circulation issue, but mind you, I sent over a detailed letter, hopefully you've all received it, that details my concerns on these other issues. The main problem that we have with the traffic and circulation issues, the main entrance, as a number of the speakers have spoken. Pulte has not provided any analysis of EIR other than to state conclusively that other approaches will reduce the number of access points on Avenue 40. And because of that, the approach that they want, their main entrance, is the safest approach. That's a conclusion. They don't have any analysis regarding any other approaches. The main concern I have in reviewing the matter, and others, and this has been stated before and previously in connection with the draft EIR, was the location of the fire station, that there's no analysis that I've seen in the EIR that considers the circulation and traffic issues connected to that fire station. There's a fire station located a mere 1/10 mile away from the main entrance that they're proposing. Now, that fire station itself lies on a very busy arterial, Avenue 40, and is at the junction of another intersection, a busy intersection, Avenue 40 and Madison Street. The importance of that fire station can't be underscored here, because you have a very unique situation. You have a community, 2 large 55+ plus adult communities abutting one another in the same vicinity. The people and the residents in these communities, there'll be 2,500 to 3,000 residents in the new project, and Sun City approximately 5,000 to 7,000, upwards of almost 10,000 residents that will be utilizing the services of that fire station. And the stresses on that fire station will only increase as these communities age up. So you have all of these resources applying for the fire station, and yet there's no analysis in the EIR or in the draft EIR of the impact on that main entrance on that fire station. And that's a glaring defect that can't be overlooked. So we asked that the Planning Commission find the findings of facts related to traffic and transportation in the EIR lacking insufficient analysis to support any sort of recommendation to the City Council and adoption at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Your time is up. Do we have any other?
All written comments were received and distributed to the commission and posted on the City of Indio's website. We also did receive 2 boxes of written comments, which will be uploaded to the city's website possibly tomorrow.
Okay, great. All right, I'd like to invite the applicant back up to maybe address a couple of the main concerns. There seems to be one very, very large concern, so probably could focus on that.
Excuse me, Vice Chairperson Franz, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to invite City Engineer Juan Raya up to discuss how the city does their stormwater.
Perfect.
Good evening, Commissioners. Juan Raya, City Engineer. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some background regarding the city's stormwater retention requirements. Currently, the city's grading ordinance specific to stormwater retention requires any development of 1 acre or greater in size to retain all post-development storm flows on site via above-ground retention basins or underground retention systems. In this case, the applicant is proposing above-ground retention basins. Additionally, the city's design standards require a 1-foot freeboard that is significant additional capacity beyond the 100-year storm flows. And as the applicant's land council mentioned, they are proposing to provide 30% above what is required by the current city ordinance. And although not applicable, I would like to expound on that 20% that is being referenced, that is mentioned in our 2019 master drainage plan. That master drainage plan was specific to sizing public storm drain infrastructure that would be used to calculate the city's storm drain development impact fee. And how that 20% came into the study was accounting for existing development. Existing developments would have been retaining on-site their generated storm flows. But given the fact that some of those developments, retention basins were sized based on the NOAA Atlas 2 precipitation or rainfall intensities, there was a 10% difference between the NOAA Atlas 2 versus the current NOAA 14 Atlas precipitation or rainfall intensity. So we accounted for that 10% that would not be retained on site. And then we assumed that another 10% could be accounted for any lack of maintenance or any shortages in the design at the time when those basins were designed. So that's how that 20% came about. That would only apply to existing developments. And the reason why it wouldn't apply to the desert retreat, proposed desert retreat, is because the project doesn't exist. So whenever they submit their hydrology studies and grading plans, we will ensure that those hydrology reports address the current NOAA 14 or whatever current rainfall intensities are in effect at the time. And the lack of maintenance wouldn't have been applicable because those basins don't exist. So I just wanted to, for the record, clarify that. So I can answer any questions that you
Thank you. That was actually very good. Any questions of Mr. Raya at this point? No? Okay, thank you. Kendra, do we want to have anything any more from our traffic engineers or anybody before?
Do you have any additional questions for our consulting traffic engineer?
You know what, not at this time, we'll give it a minute.
Okay.
But we do have, looks like some questions maybe for staff, or do you want to wait till after the applicant? Okay, so if we can have the applicant come back up and maybe address anything that is still out there a little bit.
Thank you again, Jim Vaughn. I was going to address the stormwater one more time, but I think Mr. Ray did a great job of that, so I will skip. I believe the one issue you're probably asking about is the traffic, and probably in particular impacts to access in and out of the golf course parking lot and any potential impacts on the fire station. Is that the two probably most important issues? Okay. With respect to the golf course entrance, these are 2 pages taken straight out of the traffic study. And contrary to the comments you heard, the traffic study was an appendix to the draft EIR, and it's been on the city's website, among other places, since March. So it's completely available. These are 2 pages. Actual traffic counts were taken at the golf course entrance. Currently, turning left out of the golf course and going west on Avenue 40, currently 4 peak hour trips in the AM coming out and 12 coming out in the evening peak hour. In the going right onto Avenue 40, going eastbound, you've got 20 going out in the AM peak hour and 21 going out in the PM peak hour. Looking ahead with the project in 2045, so project build out plus general plan build out, cumulative worst case scenario. They're projecting, the traffic engineers in the study, 10 peak hour trips in the morning coming left and 20 peak hour in the evening time. So doubling or so of the traffic during that time period. None of that's from this project. So that's going to happen with or without the project. The traffic signal we're proposing is going to obviously make that turning movement, both right and left, out of that driveway safer and more convenient now with a dedicated signal phase. So that's the entrance to and from the golf course. Any questions about that? The idea that it hasn't been studied is it's just not true. It's been thoroughly analyzed. Again, traffic counts were actually taken, and then on top of that, growth in the city overall, plus this project, was all piled on top of that and analyzed to see what impacts there would be. Both at project build-out in 2030 and at general plan build-out 2045, both the signal that we're proposing at the golf course entrance and our main entrance and the signal at Madison Street and Avenue 40, where the fire station is, operate at level service A or B. So we're talking at most 10, 11 seconds of delay because of a signal phase. There's no backing up. So the issue at the fire station, again, level of service A or B at that signal and at our proposed signal. In addition, those 2 signals are going to be coordinated timing-wise so that there won't be any risk of stacking from our intersection 605 feet to the east to the Madison Street intersection. Those cars are designed to move through together. So again, that issue has been studied and addressed, and there will be no risk of stacking back to Madison Street. And for that reason, and this was also specifically addressed in the final EIR, there will be no impact to operations at the fire station. And of course, the traffic study and the EIR in general were circulated through the through the fire department, among other departments, for any comments or concerns. And the last thing I would say is I did review, in addition to the comments that Mr. Bauer made just now, I reviewed the letter he submitted this afternoon. The letter did not raise any new issues that weren't also raised by the residents today and also raised over the last several months and fully addressed. So stormwater we've talked about, the sewer system we've talked about, and now the traffic signal we've talked about. So I think for this, it's consistent with the general plan build-out, the design of this traffic signal and the location of the main entrance. It minimizes vehicle miles traveled, which is beneficial for air quality, GHG emissions. Bottom line is this is the best location for this entrance. This project, being age-restricted, generates about 1/3 of the trips that a traditional community would generate. This site, under the zoning, would allow for twice as many units. So basically, what could be built on this site could generate 6 times the amount of traffic that this project is going to generate. So with that, I do not believe there are any issues that have not been fully studied, fully vetted through the city's third-party traffic consultant. And again, I think good questions have been raised and good questions have been answered. So, if there aren't questions, thank you.
Any questions for him at this time?
No, mine's more for staff.
Okay, thank you. So if there were no more questions for the public, and there's no more questions from anybody in the public, we'll go ahead and close the public comment at this time. Thank you, everybody. And now we can discuss it among ourselves and ask questions of staff. So if you have a question of staff, Commissioner Lopez, you're welcome to ask.
I guess my concern is the location of the fire station. Is there plans in the future, Kevin, based on our growth in that north part of Indio, to add an additional fire station, firehouse to accommodate future growth in that area? Would that fire station that we have currently located in that development in that near there, do we have any plans in the future to open a new one with CAL FIRE?
So we have no immediate plans in the future to open a fire station. However, that's obviously frequently assessed and analyzed both by representatives from the city along with representatives from CAL FIRE, who's the contracted fire agent for the city. So if it was determined a station was needed, whether it was a basis of a development project or accumulation of development, then ultimately that information will be presented to the city council. There's obviously the construction side, which has a cost, and the operation side, which has a cost. But at this moment, in response to your question, Commissioner, there are no immediate plans. However, in the future, that could change.
Okay. And then my other question is maybe regarding to CVAG with the traffic synchronization. Based on some of the comments about the traffic lights, has that come into play with our traffic synchronization with CVAG to kind of move?
So I would defer to either a consulting traffic engineer or a city engineer to respond to your question. So I don't know if Mr. Raya or Mr. Green would be appropriate.
I can address that.
Okay. Mark, if you can hear us, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This Avenue 40 is not in the current phases of the CVAG signal synchronization program. It would be in an out phase, let's say at least 10 years out. However, as the applicant stated, the new proposed signal would be coordinated with the adjacent existing signal at Madison. We don't have to wait for CVAG for that. This new signal will be coordinated from the day it's installed and turned on.
Thank you. No questions.
Kind of tacking on to Commissioner Lopez's questions on the fire stations. I would imagine the existing fire station also services other communities besides Shadow Hills currently, like Talavera, maybe some of the communities off of like Monroe and 42. Is there a general number of homes that we try and keep within a certain radius? I mean, it seems to be a big concern, but 1,500 additional homes, I would imagine that station could possibly serve another 3,000 or 4,000 besides Shadow Hills already.
Well, I love to play fireman once in a while. I'm out of my depth in terms of the operational standards of the fire department. However, I will defer to Principal Planner Reef because I believe that representatives of our fire department did review this project, and I will let her report back their input as to fire operation.
Thank you.
The Office of the Fire Marshal did provide conditions of approval for the project that are in Resolution 2064 for the tentative track map. All conditions of approval relate primarily to hydrant flow, hydrant placement, things of that nature. They had no comments for impacts to operational matters. They had no comments or concerns at this time, and neither did Indio Police Department, who also reviewed the project.
Thank you so much.
So I think I have one more question for staff. I know that the CVWD drainage that they've been working on for quite a while, it's a very large project that probably wasn't there when the original Sun Cities were being built. Can you maybe give me a little information of what they are trying to do there and how that maybe protects some of the homes that it wasn't there prior, when they were originally built?
I think our city engineer, Mr. Raya, is going to come forward and provide more
Thank
information
you,
in
Mr.
response.
Raya.
Once again, Juan Reyes, city engineer. Just some brief background on that channel. This channel has been contemplated for quite some time. The alignment has shifted a bit, but the concept is what's been in place. And all along, I think the intent was for that channel to relieve a lot of our communities in the northwest quadrant of the city from being in a flood hazard area. So as soon as the channel is completed, a lot of these communities will be removed from and make them provide for some developing opportunities. Specific to, I believe it was mentioned that there was a storm drain line that will be down Jefferson that will eventually connect to this channel. It's all in the same, I guess, scheme of things to try to contain all flow and protect the private properties and life, I guess. So I don't know if you had anything specific or.
Any ideas how far they are with this development and when it might be completed? I know these big projects take time.
No, they're up, I'm say about, would you say 70% done with the channel? They have some significant crossings. They have the Jefferson crossing. They're currently working on the Avenue 40 crossing. And then they have the Avenue 38 that still needs to be completed. And then with that, they will be jumping on, so I would say another 12 months, 12, 18 months at most.
That's actually a lot shorter than I thought, so.
Yeah, no, if you go out there, all the main long stretches of channels have been constructed. It's the crossings that are taking the longest because of just all the utilities that might be in the way and coordinating with staff, because we were very particular about the logistics and the rerouting of traffic and when they can close certain streets, considering the school and the residents in the area.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions for Mr. Raya? No? Okay. All right. Commissioners, do we have any other questions of staff, or do we want to enter into deliberation, or where are we? No more questions, okay. All right, then I think we should enter into deliberations. This has been a project that's been coming before us for a little while now. And every time we have a large project, there's a lot of concerns with traffic and services and all sorts of things. And, you know, we all live in a city and we know that there's traffic every time you add one more thing to any street. You know, as we go through and look at, you know, density rules and everybody's going to more homes and less land, and it's not what we're all used to. The fact that this could be a much denser project, you know, causes me to think that this may be a good spot for this project, especially with all the work that's been done for the storm channels, not just with rerouting the sewer lines from affecting the existing Sun City, but also, you know, CVWD's project that's been going on for a very long time. I think there's a lot of protection there for rain, and that is a big concern, even though it seems kind of odd we're in a desert. But there is a change happening, and we may have more rain than we normally do. I honestly want to thank the residents of Sun City Shadow Hills. It is great to see how engaged everybody has been, how much they've discussed things with not only the developer, but their neighbors, with the city. I do want to thank staff as well. These projects they're not easy to work through, and we know that. And I want to thank the developer for listening, I think, and trying to address all of the concerns. They'll probably never address them all to the satisfaction of every person involved, but I do want to thank them for that. And I really just kind of want to hear where my commissioners are sitting at this time. I think I don't have any other questions, so.
I think that over, you know, the long period that we've been kind of seeing these main three concerns keep coming up, and it seems like the developer listened and came up with the best solutions to all of these items. Hopefully the residents heard a little bit more from the developer and from our staff to kind of help, you know, them understand what's been done to mitigate those concerns, and appreciate everyone's input and thoughts, and appreciate that I feel like the developer listened to the community and did their best and made a lot of changes to try and accommodate everyone.
I just want to go ahead and make a motion to approve resolution 2063, and if I can have the resolution on the computer, please. So I make sure that I read it correctly this time. Is it this here?
You have to add, there's the addition. Yeah, there's no addition, hold on. Whatever you do, you have to add that.
Okay.
There you go, perfect.
Okay, pre-resolution number 2063, number 2064, and number 2067 of the Planning Commission of the City of Indio conditionally approving, one, recommending that the City Council conditionally approve resolution 2063 for the Desert Retreat Specific Plan and resolution number 2064 tentative track map 38470 for the development of 1,500 active adult residential units with a community clubhouse and other recreational amenities on approximately 378 acres located along Avenue 38, 39, and Avenue 40, Jefferson Street, Madison Street. And Resolution 2067 certifying that the project's final environmental impact report is in compliance with Section 15089 and Section 15132 of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines. Adding conditions of approval portion 2064. The applicant shall annex the project into existing community facilities district 2004-1 for public facilities and public services. And staff, okay, and staff requested the planning, okay, hold on a second. Right here, condition approval number 54 into the prior final map portion of resolution 2064. I'm trying to read all this here. Applicant shall instruct full of off-site street improvements with the following streets: Jefferson, full width street improvements between Avenue 39 and Sun City Boulevard per traffic study recommended number 1. The conditional approval shall read: the applicant shall construct full off-site improvements for the following streets: Jefferson, east half street improvements along the property frontage, and incorporate. That the Planning Commission, as any part of motion action, incorporate the modification of conditional approval number 13 into the prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy of approval portion, resolution 2064. That's a lot to read. And requesting the continuance of the planning review 22-06-503 for the community clubhouse and community landscape plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can we do those two together, or should they be done separate, number 1 and number 2?
You should technically do them separately.
Okay.
So I would do number 1 first, and then number 2, I believe it's to a date uncertain continuance. So
So
you might
we'll
want to note that.
Strike 2. So we'll go ahead and strike 2, so.
You okay with that?
Second, yeah.
Okay, roll call, please.
So I'll make another motion.
Are we missing one? Do we have all 3, or just, no? Oh, it was me, sorry. Technology.
Motion carries. Okay. And then I'd like to make a motion requesting the continuance of the planning review 22-06-503 for community clubhouse and community landscape plan to a date unknown.
Second.
Just to clarify the record, that would be to a date and time uncertain.
Uncertain, sorry.
Thank you.
I don't like this. There we go.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
And Chair, staff would recommend maybe a 5-minute recess to allow the room to clear before we proceed on.
You read my mind.
Thank you.
So if we could please have a 5-minute recess. Thank you very much. for doing that one.
I always get the hard ones. The ones
And
that
you're
I
brave
realize.
enough to jump right in.
I was like, Latina, let's go.
comments, this is my comment.
What am I gonna say?
You know what? I will be honest. They did a lot of work. They did the first one, and they, although you know, they got their ducks in order.
They did everything that and they did over and beyond.
They were very, very good about managing their comments. They, you know, they didn't get their feelings hurt when I made my statement. That was funny. They were, you know,
But you did it handle it gracefully.
you know, I feel, I mean, I get it. I get their concerns. I really do.
I do
But
too.
it could be double density.
It could be, and I was like, could be an affordable housing project.
Oh my
Right?
God.
I was just trying to
I gotta
think,
stand
which
up.
one was the last one where people were yelling at us? And that was it.
We have another one coming. Yeah.
I was like, let's go.
I'm gonna utilize 2 minutes of this recess.
I'm tired. I'm like, I'm sorry, Bruce. Bruce is my buddy, the attorney. He called me today. I was like,
You know, I read this letter, but
I'm like, I already read through everything. They've like pretty much done everything they wanted to do. I mean, they did a really good job, like
Thank
trying
you.
to get everything together.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting of the Planning Commission at 8:25 PM. We have no action items, we have no study session items, so now we're going to move on to commissioner comments. I have one. We have been talking about the number of fuel stations, gas stations within the city limits, and I would like to request that we add to an agenda at sometime in the near future to discuss the number that we have, their locations, and whether it's time to consider if the city has what it needs.
May I add to your comment? That's a good point to bring up. I don't know if there's anything currently we have in place, like, for instance, with the use and how many yards or feet you need to be away from another gas station. I know there's been some concerns in just throughout, I've been hearing in a recent article in the Desert Sun about our gas stations. But just want to, I guess we talk about smart growth and again, just kind of exploring if there's anything that other cities are doing or taking a look at in regards to the proximity or as far as when you're putting in another or applying for a use of a gas station within 20 yards or 20 feet or something. I don't know if there's a current.
Since you didn't agendize the discussion, I'm going to have to ask probably that the most you can do this evening is if there's consensus on the chair's suggestion to have a future agenda item where we can discuss these items. We're making notes about your comments. And similar to what you did with the mini storage facility, we can schedule it, you can have a discussion, you can ask for more information, then ultimately if you wanted to go down a path. But I'm surprised our city attorney isn't raising her hand right now, but I think we're about as far as we can go on this because it's not agendized. But if there's consensus on the part of the commission members present, then we will bring this back at a near-term agenda for more detailed discussion.
Perfect. So do we have consensus?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to add that our planning commission agendas are pretty full for August, so you may not get a response on that until September.
That's fine. Thank you. Okay, no other comments from commissioners, and we'll move on to staff items, please.
So wanted to report to the commission, since you were involved early on, this afternoon the city council did award licenses to the 5 cannabis licenses to the top scoring retailers. So that occurred prior to this commission meeting, at a special city council meeting. So I wanted to report that because this commission was involved in establishing the zoning areas of the city where these would be allowed. So I wanted to share that with you. We have been sharing with you, and Kendra just made reference to the August being busy. We are at approximately about 36 land use entitlement applications of various sizes and scales. Some are very simple, they're lot line adjustments. Others are ones that are making their ways to you, like to this evening, and more to come.
Did you say 36?
36. So we.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we have a number, just to give you an example. We have a new Starbucks proposed along Highway 111. We have the Indio Gateway project, which is near near Indio Boulevard and Jefferson. That's a retail and industrial project. Yeah, no, please, yeah, I'll actually turn it over to Kendra.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
We have, as Kevin mentioned, we have the Indio Gateway project, which is along Indio Boulevard and Burr Street. We also have the Burr Street Warehouse project, which again is along Indio Boulevard and Burr Street. We have the Starbucks that he mentioned. We have the Calhoun and Avenue 43 specific plan that will be coming to Planning Commission on August 23rd. We have our last storage facility project that is going to come before Planning Commission potentially August 23rd. It will be on August 23rd. We have a general plan amendment and zoning amendment for 2 quick serve restaurants and a sit-down restaurant off of Jackson and Avenue 42. We have another specific plan amendment off of Fred Waring and Jefferson Street. BH Properties, which is the project that had the community meeting at Shadow Hills for the 2 million square foot warehouse, commercial, retail component, and housing that's going to be submitting in the upcoming weeks. We have some smaller ones that are sprinkled in there as well.
So all of this to say that you will be very busy, we will be very busy, so your agendas should be consistently full through the end of this calendar year. As always, we know that you as commissioners are, all the commissioners are very busy. We do encourage the commission to communicate with us as early as possible if you're not going to be able to attend a meeting. We understand that things happen and vacations and other things happen. Obviously, gaining a quorum for meetings is important so that we can continue to meet the customer service obligations that our city has to all our clients. So would just wanted to make you aware that there is a lot going on, and that you will be very busy. So I know sometimes the vice chair will ask, when are we going to see more projects? Well, hold on, and you're going to see a lot. So. And I think it goes with, I think we can say this, certainly I know Kendra and I feel that we can say this, that we are definitely continue to be the busiest city in the valley. When we go to meetings with other cities, they just don't have the volume of activity that we do, the volume of building activity, the volume of land use entitlement activity. So I think, you know, that's a testament to the market interest in Indio. That's a testament to, you know, how we're perceived as a city that is open to development. You know, you and the council have established very strong expectations of high quality development, particularly through the recent adoption of the new zoning regulations, the Highway 11 corridor specific plan, the downtown specific plan. So I think the market understands the expectation is high, but I think the market is very interested in our city. And so we are going to be spending a lot of time with you guys on the 2 Wednesdays of the month for the foreseeable future.
So we're not going dark at all in August, like most places do?
No. There's no darkness for you.
Okay. So one of my questions is, and I know that staff can only, I guess, ask the developers or the community to bring in plans that are farther along than we've been seeing.
Correct.
So like today's one that came in with 26 items that still needed to be addressed. I mean, I know you guys try, and I'm hoping that the public will start to understand that we need to see the full picture before we can make recommendations or make approvals. So I'm hoping we see less and less of those types of submittals.
It's a great point, and we're continuing to reinforce to applicants, particularly with the Highway 11 corridor specific plan, which is brand new. And I think some folks are struggling to understand the expectations. So we're continuing to educate. That particular project had actually been in and waiting before the adoption of the Highway 11 corridor specific plan. And unfortunately, they had some challenges, but I think we can certainly work with them over the next month to get them there for you. But as always, and the reason why we present this way, and you as the commission, certainly if you're not comfortable with this, you can direct us otherwise, but since you are a recommending body, as I mentioned, you know, it is an opportunity for you to forward it on if you so wish, but understood, and we're continuing to work to get the applicants to improve the quality of their applications, information to us, and I think we're slowly getting there. I know Kendra and I spent a lot of time educating them. We're very, I think, attuned to your needs and wants and expectations, and I think we spend a lot of energy around advising applicants, and I think most of them listen, I would say, not always, but most of them. And then Kendra may want to add.
I would also like to add that we are completing pre-application review conferences on more of a regular basis with the applicants that are coming in to receive guidance from the planning department. And during this time, we go over the Highway 111 corridor specific plan with them, for example, or whatever the specific plan or UDC may be for their specific area. And we outline the design standards, what's expected, what you guys would like to see based on historical conversations we've had with you guys at planning commission meetings. And we also invite our internal and external commenting agencies to these meetings as well, where they provide their feedback. And during that time, the applicants are able to take that with them, make edits as they see fit, develop more of a complete package, and then submit for a more formal planning review So I think by ensuring that these practices and procedures are followed a bit more closely, we can ensure a more complete package. So we won't have people coming to Planning Commission that don't have everything completed.
And Chair, I think we have our Assistant City Attorney has her hand up. So Jillian, do you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to just ask really quickly to go back to the commissioner's comment regarding gas stations. I wanted to check if there was a vote on referring that to staff, if there was a consensus with regard to a request for those items to come back. If I just missed the vote, my apologies. I was watching and I wanted to double check.
There was no vote because it wasn't an agendized item, but the commission did give consensus to bring this back as for agendized discussion.
Perfect. Yeah, that was my question. So thank you.
Great. So Chair, I don't believe we have.
I just want to let you know the next Planning Commission meeting, which is August 9th, we will be bringing the tentative parcel map for Desert Retreat before you. We will also be having IWA come and speak on their water resources workshop. And I think that's it on the 9th.
Correct, and then August 23rd will be the continuation. Oops,
Yeah,
thank you.
August 23rd will be the continuance for the Indio Gas Station Urban Plaza, and then it will also be the Calhoun and Avenue 43 specific plan.
And also the Indio RV storage, which I think Kendra previously mentioned is the last of the ones that were not affected by the moratorium. Regarding the moratorium, we are behind, to be honest. So we are working to catch up. We will be probably bringing that more likely for discussion to you in September. So apologies for being behind. It's just the workload, as we've reported, has increased significantly. Right now, you're looking at the planning team right here. I report to Kendra on, so she's my boss. She tells me what I'm reviewing and what I'm not. So you're looking at the planning team right now. We are going through a recruitment effort to get some additional folks on board, and we're also looking at some contract planning assistance as well to help us. But Kendra, Nico, and myself are it in terms of the planning work right now. So we're trying to manage through all this high volume right now.
I think I released the three of you and Jessica, otherwise where would we be? All right, if we
You've
don't.
managed to get by with less before.
I know, I don't want it to go back to that, please.
You guys are doing a great job, thank you.
Okay, if we don't have anything else, we'll go ahead and adjourn to the next planning meeting scheduled for Wednesday, August 9th, 2020, at City Hall at 6 p.m. Good night.